All right, time to continue on with our fun. All right, so we are now going to go back to what do you call it? Bristol Hollow. Let's see here also, what are we missing? So we're going back to Bristol Hollow for what are we going back there for? Oh, the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. So did some reading because we're at a point now that some of these things I'm, not sure how to get to, so I looked this one up, and I know that we pretty much gotta wait a little while for this one. So what we're gonna do is go over here, tag the what do you call it? The tower itself. And then we gotta wait roughly 15 minutes, which kind of sucks. All right, I'm looking for. What the hell? Let's see what happens if we take the ship all the way in. Tower should be close to here. I think. That goes to Hanging City. Oh, the tower's right above us. Is it above us? Let's blast off and go up. Come on, give it some thrust. A little tight in here. Maybe I lost track of where the tower is. There's the gravity cannon. All right, let's see if we can fly out of here. And I thought it was That's a black hole. Okay, yeah, so it's right up there. All right, we'll walk up the wall. Oops. This wall here. Nope, nope. All right. Nope, nope. At least I think it's up here. No, this is outside. This is not where I want to go. Okay. Okay, you can get off the gravity thing there. Out. This goes to... That's the gravity cannon. This goes to the Hanging City. Where the hell was the damn, This goes to the Crystal Workshop. That's the Gravity Cannon. That's the Hanging City. Oh, I'm on the clearly the wrong side. Now if we can just get out of here. Oh, there's some open space. Alright. Go find... What am I looking for? Also kind of curious on that too. But let's not worry about that right now. We can come back and revisit for that. I'm looking for a round disc, hopefully. Still here. I need to find this before it goes away. Is it at the South Pole? Oops. I don't see what I'm looking for. I know it hasn't been hit yet. There it is. All right, so let me go down here real quick. We got hull damage too. All right. All right, so let's see here. Because what I want to do is I want to get a tag on this thing before it gets broken. All right. Now let's go ahead and get on out of here. All right, so I got about 5 minutes or so to get to the next location. And I wonder if that's why it kept prompting me. I never noticed the surface integrity number before. I wonder if that's why it kept on prompting me for the scout gun there. All right. All right, so now we want to go over here, which I can't get a lock on. So I have no idea which way to go. Where's Interloper at? Okay. There's the sun. No, that's not the sun. That's where's the sun at? There's the sun. Okay, so where is? There it is, right there. Oh snap! Oh, full speed. Oh no! Ooh, I think we're okay. Okay, I think that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know. Is that what I'm trying to get to? Oh no, I'm going at, that's a satellite. Where the hell is the damn white hole at? Okay, where's the interloper at? How about that? Oh, okay, that's the white hole right there. Maybe. And yeah, follow the interloper. It's gonna go right past the white hole, which I thought was that, but no, that's the satellite, right? Yeah, that's our satellite. Is that the satellite? No, that's the white hole. All right, so now what we're waiting for essentially is waiting for the Brutal Hollow to break up. And to appear here. And we'll know it's here once our scout appears here. Then we'll do a spacewalk. Apparently that's the way you have to do it. I never would have thought about that. the hell is that? What is that? No, we have a minute. We're gonna see what this thing is. Oh, this is the Whitehall Station. Never mind. That's right. This is the Whitehall Station. I forgot about that. You might as well go in here for a few minutes, right? This. Nah, actually, it's changed my mind. We'll just sit on our ship and wait. Shouldn't be that much longer. I can find my ship, that is. Okay, it's at 0, so actually it should be popping over here anytime now. Okay, it moved. There it is. Ugh. Slow down there, Cupcake. I only have a few more minutes for the before the sun goes critical. It's a tablet viewer. Just scroll. Let's go ahead and read this first. Come on, god damn it. Welcome. Your arrival here means you've completed your preparation on Giant Steep and are ready to depart for the Quantum Moon. On your pilgrimage, Quantum Moon will carry you just as it carried me and many of the clan before me to the moon's sixth and most secret location. You'll be aided in your pilgrimage by the shrine our clan built in the Quantum Moon, but remember its final rule. To explore the sixth location, the shrine must be on the moon's north pole. Be curious on your journey. Right. Get this scroll here. I can... Ah, damn it. Stop moving. If you're here to make your first pilgrimage to Quantum Moon, you're almost prepared to set out a deeply significant journey. Before you, do pause and remember your history. We make this journey not only for ourselves, but also to honor the members of our clan who came before us. Those who, after the crash that brought them to the star system, became stranded on Brittle Hollow and on Ember Twin, with no communication between those two groups of survivors. Those Nomi looked upward from two different planets and saw the same wandering moon visiting their skies. It was this moon, the Quantum Moon, that kept their curiosity alive. during this long period of hardship. After the two divided groups were able to reunite, it became our clan's united goal to visit the Quantum Moon. This took time, and many Nomai who dreamed of seeing this Quantum Moon died before we discovered how to make the journey. When you reach Quantum Moon, recall these Nomai and carry their curiosity onward with you. Right? So these are the 6 locations. This is saying where it currently is. Alright, what I'm looking for now, there's I'm looking for maybe a tablet piece, just to see if there's anything. There's a tablet reader there. I didn't see any tablet pieces up top. What's my time frame? The interloper is making its final descent into the sun, so I got about maybe 4 minutes. All right, we go up again. Just a double check over here. I don't see no tablets. Is there a tablet on this floor? Hey, how's it going? Let's see. I don't see any tablets here. There's no tablets down there, clearly. I don't see no tablets there. So maybe there's no tablets here to read. Which is weird, though, because anytime they've had one of those, there's always been a tablet around. Alright. Yeah. It's been fun for the most part. Some of the space walking is a pain in the ass. This zero G movement sucks at times. I'm pretty much, I presume I'm on the near the end portion of the base game. As I pretty much explored everything. I'm now just there's only a couple question marks left on the map thingy. Our next stop is to try to do the Quantum Moon thing. And figure to get a nice view of the sun blowing up while we're out here. I mean, for the most part, most of the things I've been able to figure out without any issues. But as it gets closer to the end of the game, certain things are definitely more outside the box of what I would have thought of. Like I wouldn't, like this here that I just did to get in the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. In my wildest dreams, I would never have thought to wait for the Bristol Hollow place, Brittle Hollow, however you say it, whatever it is, to break up and get sucked in the black hole, to get kicked out in the white hole, and then come over here to go to it. So I've had to look up one or two things. I hope I got everything there. Still, again, they had a tablet projector thing, so let me see here. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's ever fallen in the black hole during the playthrough up until now has been me. So I didn't even think about, the structure, doing it. All right, so that should clean up that. All right, so. All right, so that's done. Yeah, so I've only got a couple question marks left open. One is the 6th location, which I'm going to try to get to here, and then the Black Hole Forge thing, and the actual Ash Twin project. So I'm going to try to go to the moon now. Oops. Wrong button. There we go. And see if I can get it to go where I want it to go. But from what I understand, it's not just that straightforward. Alright, so first things first, gotta find the damn thing. Preferably find it when it's not around that place. There it is. All right, that should do it. All right. Yeah, hold match velocity. Easier said than done. I don't know why. The moon landing is something I have the biggest problem with. Coming in hard. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's the old adage. Any landing you can walk away from? Oops, nope. Don't. I did it. Wait. Okay. Get out of the ship. All right. Well, let's see. My first time I actually landed successfully my first time. And then second and third time I skipped off the mountain. Or skipped off the atmosphere. And one time I went into the sun. And then my fourth time, and after that it's been successful. It's just, it's just touch and go sometimes. Huh. All right. So now I know, I guess there's a certain way you gotta do this. Okay. It's gotta be like, I guess you go from one planet to another, from my understanding, in order to get into the North Pole, because apparently the North Pole is inaccessible from most locations. Alright, so now we're in Timber Hearth. I don't know why, but I thought I had to go to Brittle Hollow. That's the 6th location, but I know that's not it because I'm not at the North Pole yet. Yeah. That's where we landed. Or is it Twins? Is it Twins maybe? I don't remember. I know I'm supposed to go to like 2 different locations to kind of get this closer to the North Pole. Okay, so this must be the place I need to go to. Now if I can just get the tower to show up. Come here, tower. This is the only North Pole. Aha! I think this is the place. All right, go for a ride. Okay, so it's the twins that you go to. Now, the question is, hey, we're actually showing up right there. First lucky try. All right, so this is the moon, huh? Or not the moon. This is the moon orbiting the sixth location. So I really don't want to jump into space. But I have a feeling I'm going to have to. Maybe. What's that? Jumping into space? Well, theoretically, if I jump out into space, it's going to put me out where the sixth location is, and the moon disappears. Oh, hello. Another living soul. Oh, that's what's that person's name? Okay, who are you? Okay. Pick up your stone. Pick up Quantum Moonstone. Pick up Eye of the Universe Stone. Pick up Identity Stone. Pick up Explain Stone. Oh, here, let me identify. I don't know. Insert. I am me. I've never met one of your kind before. It's an honor to speak with you. I particularly admire your 4 eyes. There are many questions I would ask if I could comprehend your language. You have my gratitude for understanding mine. All right. So let's do remove. No. Grab. Oops. No. Remove me. Put me back. Put me back. Grab you. I am Solomon, know me, my clan arrived in the star system before my birth, and we now call it home. Alright, let's see, that's identify Quantum Moon, okay. Sure, let's go ahead and identify the Quantum Moon. This is Quantum Moon, where we both are standing. Well, thank you, Captain Obvious. Despite also orbiting other celestial bodies, Quantum Moon is the eye of the universe's moon. Alright. Go ahead and do the moon, or the eye. Well, if I have time, I'm going to try to. We are orbiting the eye of the universe now, although we can't see it, only the Quantum Moon's reflection of it. The eye is older than the universe itself. My clan believes it dwells in an extremely distant orbit around the star system. Alright, now go ahead and change from identify to explain. And actually, I want you to explain me. Let's see what you say when I say explain me. There's no fundamental normalities. That's just because I had the quantum moon is probably exhibits macroscopic quantum behavior because it's proximity to the eye. Shards that broke off from the quantum moon have similar effects as I imagine you've seen elsewhere in the star system. Okay, now, this is actually the explain me. I imagine your purpose here is the same as mine, to learn about and find the eye of the universe. Unsure how you arrived here, however, perhaps you came from another star system as my clan originally did. Alright. Alright, go ahead and explain yourself. I'm on my first pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon. All know my clan make the journey when they come of age. Even though the eye cannot be reached from here, the Quantum Moon remains special to us as it carries us nearer to the eye than any other place we know. I've journeyed here to be close to the eye. While the eye is obscured from our sight, we can see the Quantum Moon's reflection of the eye in the sky above us. Have you encountered a quantum shard on another planet? The shards look the same as Quantum Moon Service does now, while at the eye. From this, we can reasonably infer the Quantum Moon's natural state is as we see it now, and that the eye is its primary location. Given the Quantum Moon is the eye's moon, it's likely that any characteristics the moon exhibits are also exhibited by the eye itself. Quantum Moon and its shards, for instance, are quantum, thus the eye is likely also quantum. In fact, this moon is probably quantum because its proximity to the eye made it quantum. Same way the areas surrounding quantum shards that landed on other planets eventually became quantum too. Alright, let me go ahead and do the eye again. Yeah, doesn't it? Yeah, that's one of those things. You say a word over and over again, it kind of, yeah, exactly. It just gets weird sounding. Alright, so this is what they were talking about earlier, but alright, so the quantum moon probably exhibits macroscopic quantum behaviors because of its proximity to the eye. Shards that broke off from the quantum moon have similar effects as I imagine you've seen elsewhere in the star system, yes. And then, oops, wait. The quantum moon probably exhibits, like, this was the first one. There's a fundamental uncertainty throughout the universe. Normally, this uncertainty is only observable on a very small scale. As one approaches the eye, however, that uncertainty grows enormously. And then I just read that one. Conscious observations forces a quantum object to collapse to a singular possibility. But what would happen if a conscious observer somehow entered the eye itself? Over time, this has become my clan's greatest question. So is that why you wanted to supernova my son? Bastards. Alright, let me see here. So what if I say... What if I put both of these down? He's like, I don't know what you I don't know what you mean. These are the two tenets of Nomi philosophy. To seek out and to understand is our way of living. And so now let's just say, for the sake of argument, let's just throw some other stones out here randomly. So what if I say me and you? We do not have much connection, you and I. Still, this encounter feels special. I hope you won't mind if I think of you as a friend. Alright, how about you and the quantum moon? Yeah, I've been friend zoned, exactly. Let's see. Like many of my clan before me, I journeyed here to see Quantum Moon's reflection of the eye. This is the closest any of us have come to seeing the eye itself. You may think I'm strange, but I have a hypothesis that I may not be entirely alive. Perhaps my journey has reached its end. So that makes me think of something else now. Let's do you and the eye. It'd be nice if time was frozen here and we didn't have our cycle. Many of my clan have believed the eye called to us for a particular purpose. When I was a child, I used to believe the eye was malevolent, to have lured my clan to the star system only then to vanish from them so completely. But I don't fear the eye anymore. In fact, it became my fondest hope to see the eye itself someday. But I fear this may be beyond my reach. You may think I'm strange, but I have a hypothesis. Wait. Oh, you already said that. All right. So how about me in the eye? Suppose you could reach the eye of the universe. Will you try to enter it? Well, isn't that the purpose of this game? To enter the eye of the universe? What do you imagine the effects of a conscious observer might be? Alright, how about me and the moon? This is your first time in Con's Moon? It's my first time here. If you come here looking for answers, I hope you find them. Well, thank you for no help there. Let's see, I think I did all the combos, right? I think. I did both sets of those against all of those. I did both sets of those against each other. I did the eye against everything. Yeah, I think I did all combos. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, there's only one thing to do now. Up, up, and away! I didn't get airborne enough. I came back down to the moon. I'm on the moon on, what's that planet called? My home planet. Yeah, that place. And now the moon's gonna disappear. Let's make it disappear. Abracadabra. Alright. See, yeah. Where's my... oh, there's some Earth. Ooh, I wonder if I do this just right, which I'm not going to do. Well, I'll be honest with you. I was expecting a much harder landing. Quite honestly. My ship's just floating off. Alright. Well, go out with a bang. Geronimo! How did that not kill me? I know it will kill me. Nope, that didn't kill me. Alright, fine. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. Yeah, I do. I like to find interesting and unusual ways of killing myself in this game. Alright, I want to try to go back there. Alright, so we want to catch the moon when it's over the twins. Because I want to try to jump off the moon. Ooh, you know what? don't think I've been hit in the head by that. So let's see. The interesting ways I've died so far. Obviously the supernova. Flown into the sun a couple times. Ran out of oxygen. You know, your common stuff. Then what was one of the better ones? Oh yeah, I went to the Ash Twins thing, and really that's all it's given me is that. Went to Ash Twins, got buried alive in sand. That was always fun. Oh yeah, autopilot has definitely sent me to the sun a couple times. I have a new hypothesis, which may or may not work. First, we gotta find the moon again. Okay. And then... Bristol Hollow, not Bristol Hollow, the Dark Bramble, that was fun. There it is. Yeah, Dark Bramble was a pain in the ass. Those damn fish. I hated those damn fish. Because it's like when you're trying to go to the vessel, there's one segment where you gotta go past 3 damn fish, and it's like, damn fish are killing my time. Oh, shit. Dumbass, you looked away from the moon because you got curious about something floating in space. It was like, well, the only thing I know how to evade then, if you will, is not to make any noise. Oh, that's convenient. The moon is right over where I want it to be. But, and so that's the thing. So it's like, you know, as long as I had momentum going, I was okay. But at times your momentum is so slow in there, and it's like, you know, you're on a fixed limit, now time limit. So it's like, whoops. So it's just but I learned if you get around 4 to 5 kilometers, or is it, no, 400 to 500 kilometers away. 400 to 500 meters, excuse me, meters away. Oh, my probe went into the sun. 400 to 500 meters away. You can start using your thrusters again. Oh. Damn it. I'm not in landing mode, damn it. You have to use forward. Crash on the moon. How hard is it to get on this damn moon? Stop moving, moon. You couldn't have disappeared. I got a picture of you. There you are. I don't know how that happened. I thought for sure I would have. Crashed onto the surface. All right. Come on. There we go. Up. Hit the damn surface already. I don't give a damn because we're not like we're blasting off with the ship again. All right. Well, that's interesting. You know what's interesting is you always land at the South Pole, and I landed at on the equator. However, apparently you can't. Okay, so I need a tower because apparently there it is. So apparently you can't go north of the equator by coming straight here. Yeah, you know what, that is true, because I was having difficulty landing. So I probably entered the atmosphere at the South Pole and then, like I said, flew forward a bit. All right, so I need to go, let's see, I want to say I was on the water planets, Giant's Deep. Okay, then I think I was able to move up a little bit more north, because I was able to run up to the tornado. And then from here, I catch another spire tower thing. And just get dizzy going in circles waiting for this damn tower to magically appear. Alright, so now we're gonna go to the twins. Nope, not there. Nope, that's my home place. It keeps on wanting to take me back to the damn... Come on. There we go, that's where I want to go. So now I should be able to get to the north. Of course, we don't want to be standing on the North Pole, because then it won't spawn on the North Pole, because I don't think it can spawn where you're standing. There we go. Alright, now I have a theory I want to test. Alright, cool. Alright, so we're back. Alright, so first thing I'm going to try. That right there looks interesting. Well. Wasn't expecting that, quite honestly. Now, granted, I know I'm on the planet's surface, but I mean, it took a quick little beeline and it came straight back down. Because I mean, one thing I did once is I put the scout in that tower. I'm trying to find a. Oh, okay, so. The moon should not change. Okay, so theoretically, because I have a picture of the moon, it shouldn't vanish on me. So if I go up in the atmosphere, which you won't let me do, there's a big wind draft there. Or a wind current. Yeah, as I was able to actually get airborne down here. But actually, let's see what happens if I shoot up there. Oh, wait, that's going out. Okay, so it just vanishes. All right, so here, let me here, smile for the birdie. There. So, yeah, let's see what happens if I jump up again. Oh. It brought me back to the same planet. But it brought me to the South Pole. Okay. All right, so clearly there's no getting out of here. Yeah, I mean, you can't, like, on a normal moon, I could, like I said, jump off through the atmosphere. And the other thing is, I was gonna say, but no, because one thing I did once, is I went to the moon and I put down, so I put the scout in the tower, right? And then I left the scout there so I could track it. But unfortunately, when the scout's on the moon, okay, the only place you can see the scout is on the map. You don't have a, you can't see it on your HUD, if you will. And so I could see it jumping around from place to place on the map. And I was trying to time it. I was kind of trying to time it. So, you know, I said, you know, I'd see it jump around the bramble and the hourglass and all that stuff. And then I saw essentially where this satellite is. This is our satellite. About this far out on the ring, in an orbit, is where it is, from what I gather. And that's the probe that the twins just, or that the, what you would call, just shot. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. If you can't get any images from the moon, you know, it just goes to static. But it allows you to, like I said, keep track of it. So and things though, anytime you change from the map to this view here, the moon moves. So you wouldn't be able to accurately track it per se, as far as, you know, go and find the location. But at least it kind of gives you an idea of how far out it is. Nope, missed. Nope. All right, so I'll get static, and it's disappeared from my HUD, right? But like I said, I can see it on the map, and so if I either move oops, let me rotate it around. If I move it off the map, so right now Scout is following the twins. Now, okay, see where this location is right now? That there is the eye, presumably. But there's nothing visible on the map. And so it's just outside the, well, oh, actually that's lower. Interesting. So how I came up with this idea, and that actually is weird because it's I'm just curious to see. Basically when I was in the Dark Bramble, so you know when you'd shoot shoot your scout to like see what's up ahead, and then next thing you know it says that there's a duplicate scout and all that stuff, and it kind of gave me the idea because I was thinking, because then I could use my HUD to aim for scout. So I was thinking, okay, well, if I shoot scout to the moon, it would do that. But originally what I tried is I was on the moon. I went to the 6th location. Opened the door and got the rock face there. And I tried to put scout on the rock face, but I couldn't change after that. So that's when I decided to put it inside the whatchamacallit place, the tower. And it took it with it. Do you think anything would happen if you flew? Well, see, here's the problem, okay? As soon as I leave the map, Scout's going to be gone. Okay, Scout's going to move. Additionally, on my HUD, I can't see Scout. So trying to get a bearing of, I am there. So trying to get from where I am to where Scout is a little tricky. Just because I have no real, I can't just say north, south, east, west because, space dynamics. So it's and if you fly, and here's the weird thing, if you fly out too far, your ship will already turn you around. Well, the thing is though, so you notice where it is right now, right? So it's over by the orbit of the interloper. So if I said, so now once it appears in the 6th location again, which that's Dark Bramble. It's going to be in a different location. So I don't know if it's like on a super fast orbit. Come on. No, it's still in this. It's still actually in a similar spot. So there's a possibility if I use the white hole, if I use the landing gear camera. Who needs landing gears and camera? Where the hell am I? I just need to take off. If I use the white hole as a point of reference. Where's the white hole at? Okay, so there's the white hole. So in theory, it's out here somewhere, but it is, I don't know if it's invisible or cloaked or intentionally unseeable until a certain point in the game, maybe? I don't know. And these little damn things here, they keep on triggering. You keep on thinking it's one of those, but that's just... Alright. Oops. Let me go fix... Let me fix my ship. Right, let me turn around. Let me lock onto something. So I stop moving. All right. Oops. Let's go fix the ship. It's too bad I can't fix the ship from inside the ship. No, I guess I should feel fortunate that my ship didn't just completely disintegrate, or blow up when it landed on the planet. Guess I got lucky landing in water. Tell ya. See, there's a camera. Oh, that's the landing camera. Landing camera sometimes. Oh, God damn it! I keep on hitting the wrong damn button. Come on. Alright. Alright, so let's see where it says it is now. So it's orbiting the first. That's orbiting Dark Bramble. Now Giant Steep. So you see where it is now. So it's on an orbit. In theory, I think so. I don't know how fast its orbit is. So, but I spent a full cycle once trying to track it down. I was flying all over the place. Couldn't track it down whatsoever. Let's see. I don't know how much time. Well, actually, I know how to find out how much time I got in the cycle. Where's right, so there's one more pass to the interloper. All right, I want to go back to Hourglass Twins. Well, that's one place I haven't been to yet. I would imagine that after a certain amount of time, Hollow's Lantern would be empty. Once the Bristol place is dead, I would imagine. Because that's the only other place I haven't been to. But I mean, it looks like just a big ass ball of molten, big ass volcano. Oh, that's all good. Let me do this. Go to. Hey, because like I said, this is the one place I haven't been to yet. Well, I imagine, like I said, so from what I read, because I had to read this to figure it out, with regards to the Quantum Tower. So it's about 15 minutes before the Quantum Tower gets sucked into the black hole. So I imagine 15 to 20 minutes ish, or 15 to 17 minutes maybe, is when the lantern stops shooting lava bombs. Let's see, where is it at? There it is. No, that's not it. course, I'm gonna fly right into the sun. Oh, there it is. Now, did you take your entire ship in, or did you spacewalk in? Oops. See, the problem is I'm looking in the volcano, for example, there, and it looks molten also. Hold on. Oh. I thought I saw something in that left tube. Yeah. All right. Damn it. I did see something. Ah, man. But you know what makes it even more difficult is the damn thing keeps rotating. Which doesn't make it any easier to try to plan a descent at all. Yeah, I agree. A spacewalk would probably be easier. I think this is the one. No, that's not it. That one. No. Okay, so there's four. Oh, come on. Damn it. Stop rotating. Okay, the one on the left, or I think. Wait, now I'm lost. I thought it was the one on the left, but I want to find out which one it is first, so I can at least get in the. That's that one right there. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, match velocity. Stop moving. All right. But I don't want to land on it. I'm just trying to. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. Ugh. My spacewalking abilities isn't the best. Oh, it's coming right at me too. I think, I don't know if this is it or not. Oh, it is it. Oh shit. Oh. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Land on the mountain. Just. Damn it, this is it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Eating up all my damn fuel trying to... Easy, 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 easy. Touchdown! Holy shit, I hope there's nothing on the other side I need to look at. Oh my god, that was a pain in the ass. Oh, and there's, okay. Location is now inhospitable. No shit, evacuation recommended. Increased volcanic activity, yeah. Increased solar activity. Is there a tablet? There's a tablet. Okay, cool. Oh, excuse me. Timber Hearth. Really? A tablet for Timber Hearth? That's the, this is the mining cave. Been down there. Alright. Friends, in the Timber Hearth mines, the last type of ore you sent us survives the longest and direct heat. Can you send us more of the same for additional testing? Attempting to improve its durability, and our forge has already burned through everything you sent. But deliver more ore to Hollow's Lantern immediately. You must be fired up about crafting the Ashwin Project's protective shell. My gratitude, I imagine. We'll also have an updated estimate soon of how much ore is needed to seal off the Ashwin Project. Will it be more than we initially thought? It will be significantly more. The smallest crack or opening in the protective shell would destroy everything. Yes, the idea of an encasement that supernova proof, however briefly, has kindled my curiosity. I think I got everything there, right? All right. Where's my ship at? My ship's a long ways away. All right, well, when in doubt, let's go for a lava walk. Let's hit the next, actually, before I do that, I'm gonna go grab me a drink real quick, so I'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, let's go do our lava walk. Just because. All right, someplace in Bristol. Oh, I still wanna try to get to. I'm gonna try flying to it. I always have nice drinks. And also a little restroom stop on the way too. All right. Let's there's someplace on Bristol Hollow that has been bugging me that I want to get to. It's not the I haven't been able to get to. Hey, there's the moon. Oh, does it? All right, so oh no, wait, I've been there. That's not what I'm thinking. Yeah, I've been to that dome on the south. But there's someplace else I want to try to get to once I find a good crevice to go through. Let's see. Right, that looks like a good hole to go through. Oops. Notice if I use the right thrusters. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh. Don't get sucked in the black hole. Oh. Oh, so that actually oh, damn it. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'll back it up. Forward. Rotate. Rotate. Come on. Get undone. Okay. Damn it. Okay, we go around this way. I don't know why, but I just want to come up here and look at this. Because I've teleported here before from Ash Twins. Come on. Oh. Aha. Get through there. Nope. Yeah, that makes two of us. Oh. Well, I think if I roll the ship. Okay. Roll. No. Put the camera in. Don't put damn scout. Roll the ship. Okay. It's not much room to roll. It doesn't want to roll at this angle. There we go. Come on, get through there. You got it. Come on, you can get it. Actually, it doesn't. Well, the thing is, though, there's nothing up here. There's a tree. So, because I've been here before accidentally. Well, actually, there's a building over there. Thing is, though, unless I can... Let's see, what about over here? Okay. Roll. Sideways. Thing is, though, because of the black hole, it wants to naturally... Oh, there we go. Brute force. Almost. Oh, who cares about the reactor? Come on. Come on. I mean, I know another way of getting there, but it takes a while to get to it because you gotta let the Ash Twins oops. I guess the reactor went poop. So okay, I have an idea. Well, I'm not going to do it this method. I think it's just a little too... Oh, wait, I got another idea. I'm full of ideas. This idea will surely get us killed. Also. What's middle? I've never even heard of that. Middle water? I totally forgot about a certain thing I can do with this ship. Are you talking about on the surface? Oops. Oh yeah, so I mean... Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. You're talking. That's I believe that's level 2, if I recall correctly, of that big elevator shaft. All right. Where's the? Where's that chasm at? Because we got another thing I want to try here. I have a weird idea. Except I gotta remember I'm not on landing mode, so my thruster axes are different than when I'm on landing mode. Where was that damn hole at? Well, I want to do something first. A little science experiment, if you will. As I said, I know how to get through that hole. At least I think. Oh, there we go. I don't know. Oh, back thrust, back thrust. All right, you know, go into landing mode. It'll be easier for me to navigate instead of doing it the other way. That's true. All right. I thought it was around the center equator. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm about to do, actually. That's exactly what I'm about to do. I'm going to line my ship up and I'm going to hit the eject button. That's the gravity cannon. Yeah. Where the hell was that damn hole at? There's a nice clear hole that I flew into the first time. Unless the hole is random based on the whatchamacallit, the volcano thing shooting its stuff. There we go. Ooh, ooh. Okay. Easy. Now. Oh. You know, I don't remember all those stairs before. I don't remember this. Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. You know why? Because I'm upside down. I'm on the wrong side of the black hole. Oh, stay away from that bitch. Stay away. I just gotta get my orient. Okay, there's okay. Got my orientation now. There's the bridge. That's where I want to go. Don't get caught up on the damn lines again. Nope. You know, that looks like about good. All right, here we go. Nope, no, wrong button. Relook. There we go. Actually, bump it over just a hair. Actually. Oh shit! Oh shit! No, don't go in the black hole. Don't go in the black hole. Wait. Hold on. I just realized where I am. Well, son of a bitch. I could have just gone down in that way. Ain't that a bitch? Ugh. Alright, so I don't need to eject now. No. That's something else I haven't figured out how to get into yet. That's a teleporter. Alright. I'll take it for that thing, because I know how to move the black hole forge. I just haven't been able to get into it. Oh, what the hell happened there? Okay. I want to get stuck here. It's stuck in those pipes or those things. Oh shit. That didn't go as I planned. Well. Alright, let's go ahead and meditate. So you're talking about move the black hole cannon up. So yeah, so I mean I moved it up before. But I couldn't figure out because it goes up past the elevator, if I recall correctly, or the elevator, or that walking shaft, or whatever you want to call it. Oh, excuse me. So I was thinking maybe I can time a jump to it. You know, hit the, you know, when it's on the lower level, hit it and then run and jump on it. But it was too fast for me to do that. And I don't see this game making you go, you know, in a single cycle, going from one planet to another to do something. Because that would be next to impossible. You know, like, because I know, like I said, there's a teleporter on the on the sand planet, Ash Twin, whatever it's called. I know there's a teleporter there that will teleport you to that black hole forge, but you're upside down. And because I went there once, and I went there once, and what was it? Right, so I think it was near the end of the timeline, so Brittle Hollow was pretty much already blown up. All right, so let's see here. I believe what I did. Oops, wrong buttons. Or landing. Where's the gravity cannon at? I believe what I did. Once I can find the gravity cannon. Wish I would remember where these things were. I don't remember if it was on the Was it on a... Is it on the North Pole? I know the south, there it is. I see it off to the left. Ooh, 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 ooh. Well, that's the thing. I actually, unless I'm misreading something, I don't. Let me see. This is where I want to go. That's the Southern Observatory. Oh no, this isn't where I wanted to go. Damn it! I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, so I've hit the gravity. Because well, I hit the teleporter once by accident when I was there. Actually, I think I wanted to. Actually, you know what? Let me reset the cycle. What else do you have related to Black Hole Forge? Well, I mean, the Black Hole Forge is in Quantum, right? As far as I know. Then again, I've never actually checked. Is the Black Hole Forge Quantum? Right. Well, yeah. So I mean, like I said, I've interacted with. Well, I haven't interacted with it directly. I've interacted with it by lowering and raising it. I have done that. And then I hit my planet. All right. How about we abort the autopilot for a second and fix our ship? Okay. Try that again. Oops. I thought I was high enough when I engaged the autopilot. Oh, there it is. Okay. Hold. Oh, God. Nope, I don't need to hear that. Okay, we got lucky. So, the black hole, okay, so the Black Hole Forge, theoretically, okay, so let me ask you this. The Black Hole Forge itself, which to me just seems to be a big elevator, that's what it kind of reminds me of. I presume it's something you can actually physically get into. And if it is, then theoretically, that's not what I'm looking for. Theoretically, that's the Southern Observatory. If the Black Hole Forge actually goes low enough, that's what I'm looking for, goes low enough, it technically would appear at Whitehole Station. So is it The state the Black Hole Forge is in right now is its lowest. So it can't go any lower then. So it's not technically. So it can't. So it hasn't gone into the. What do you call it? This is what I want. Observatory. Knowledge. No, actually, I want to go down the crossroads, I think. So if the Black Hole Forge is at its lowest point, it's actually not in the black hole right now. At least not that I'm aware of it. I take this one here. And I don't think it matters which way I go because they both go to the same place, as far as I know. The teleporter from the Ash Towers. That sucks. And what I mean by sucks is that doesn't give you much time, does it? Let's see. No, this was the wrong way. Because you figure that's at least time-wise. Time-wise, you're looking at roughly 5 minutes or so, 5 to 7 minutes. So you would, if I'm understanding correctly, and I'm completely off on what I'm trying to do here, so I've completely got myself lost on where I want to be. You'd have to go to Ash. Well, you'd have to come here first. Raise the forge so that it's near the top. Yeah, I'm totally lost on how I got to where I want to go. I have to remember that because I did this on the first go through, but I don't remember where the. I don't think I want to go that way. Huh. Just jump down and go into the beam. Is there a beam next to the black hole? I do remember seeing a beam next to the black hole. Oops. Or we'll just die. Yeah, we'll just reset the cycle. I'm trying to think here. Like I said, it's been so long. Did the Southern Observatory? I mean, if I see, I need to walk up the wall. If I remember correctly, that's the one where I have to walk up a set of walls. I just can't remember where that section is. That's sad. All right. And that's what I thought too. Why are you fighting retro rockets, you dumb ship? Yeah. You don't need to fire retro rockets, just get into space. Oh no, my headlamp is damaged. Or headlight. That's what I actually thought. Alright, so the gravity cannon. Okay, I see the gravity cannon on the southern plane there. So I went to the gravity cannon before. and that's where that was my go-to place. And we're gonna burn up. You son of a bitch. You bastard. That's okay. I needed my ship to be fixed anyhow. Fastest way to fix your ship, blow it up, right? Blow it up with you in it. I just wish it would put you back on the ship. You know, have the respawn point be in your ship, or you know, I don't know. All right, let's try this again. Okay, I'm in space. Don't bring me back to the planet that I just left. All right. Yeah, there's the gravity cannon, I think, on the southwest corner now. Provided, depending on what the orbit of that thing is, which it is, gonna go right past me. Okay, I'll let it go past me before I descend. All right, I think it's past me now. All right. Yeah, because for the most of my trips, it's on the center plane. Most of my trips, when I came here, I landed on the gravity cannon platform. I do remember that. That's how I got around a lot. All right. Because I know this path here goes to the Southern Observatory. This here goes to the surface. So maybe, oh, maybe it was this way. It's this way. Well, I don't know if I've tried launching. Did I try launching my ship off of it? I think I may have. I know I did a recall of the other ship, and it blew up my ship. And then what else did I do? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because you gotta go over here, and you gotta jump over here. And then jump over here. Yeah, I remember this now. And guess what? And let's just go ahead and meditate. Because we just happened to get on the one that was falling into the black hole. Son of a gun. Yeah. But yeah, I've done a recall of the other shuttle onto my shuttle. That was pretty good. I launched myself inside the shuttle, the frozen shuttle. That was good and blew up, which was interesting. So you know, the frozen shuttle that's stuck in the back of the comet. If you recall it and launch it by itself, it launches into space just fine. Interestingly enough. But if you get in that shuttle and do the launch yourself from within the shuttle, you hit the side of the gravity cannon. So that was fun. Yeah, oh yeah. That one there, I actually figured out getting into Interloper quite easily, because I do remember, because they mentioned, you know, they mentioned that the whatchamacallit was on the side facing the sun, and it made sense you know, it made sense. What do you call it? Yeah, I'm just gonna land down here. This is where I'm going anyhow. You know, closer you get to the sun, it melts and opens up the crevice. That seems safe enough, right? Whoops. Now, once I was in, so getting there was easy. Right. And then I'm get stuck on a damn thing. All right. This time, let's be careful and. As. You know, and guess what? I came right back to the same place I was just on a second ago. I want to go over here. No, oh wait, no, I want to go in the opposite direction. I think this is where I want to go. This is... I'm so lost now. This is... Yeah, okay, yeah. So this is the wall I think I want to... no, around this corner here. Yeah, this is the place I was looking for. Is it the bridge? Does that go to the crossroads? Is this it? That's the Hanging City. I thought I had to go up. No, that goes outside. No, it is. That's right. Hold on. No, because I want to go this way because that's where the forge thing is also. Yeah. This is the way you want to go. Because you want to go down, I believe. Wow, I actually made it here before the bridge broke. That's a first. Because I know the controls, I need to get on that pad right there. Oh no, it's right here. This place. Whoa. Yeah, so it's down there right now. That's going to take it up. So now I need to get to Ash Twins and teleport from there. So now I got to backtrack. Hope the bridge is still partially intact. Because the one thing I know that's because I know there's a warp gate. Yes, as soon as I guess finish whatever there is in the base game, I was planning on playing that as well. There's another streamer was telling me that I was about to go investigate some radio tower on the home planet, and she's like, no, that starts the DLC. It's like, okay, I'll avoid that then for now. I want to play the base game first. Then I'll do that. All right, so now the question is, can I get back to my ship? All right. Oh yeah, air would be good too, I guess. Watch, I'm gonna get right next to my ship and some platform's gonna collapse and I'm gonna die. Or I'll get sucked in the black hole or something like that. Or I'll mess up my jet boost. Or I'll bounce off the wall. Alright, so now we have to get out of here. Up, come on, full thrust, up. Alright, now we need to go... where the hell... Oh, there it is right there. Alright, but we actually want to go to the Ash Twins. Oops. Well, yeah, well, see, the nice thing, if you want to call it a nice thing, about Brutal Hollow and flying in the inside of it is... Oh, shit, don't burn up. Please don't burn up. Son of a beep! Freaking autopilot. You... Gotta do that shit all over again. But ain't that a bitch? Damn autopilot gets you every time. Well, anyhow, as I was saying, with regards to Brutal Hollow, the nice thing about flying on the inside of it, to a certain extent, oh, that's Hollow's lantern, is that it's got gravity of sorts with respects to, the black hole helps you keep in orientation. You know, you're not rolling crazy and all that other stuff. Whereas when you're in the deep bramble, that was a pain in the ass. All right. You know what? We're gonna try something here. Well, if I can get my orientation right. It's just not. All right. Okay. Now, where's the bridge at? It's the Tower of Knowledge. I'm upside down. Okay, well, I stand corrected. The orientation here also sucks. Okay, that's the bridge. Now there's the forge. Oh, don't let that, come on, don't let that black hole get you. Come on. You have enough room. Because this here will stay solid, I think. Oh, easy. Here, just inch your way forward a little bit. Okay. You know, that's a very good question. Ooh, that could have been bad. All right. So, to take it up. All right, so now, provided I don't hit the sun, and B, and don't get sucked in well, if I get sucked in the black hole, that's not the worst thing that could happen. But hey, look, there's a nice opening right there. Come on. We can fix this on the planet. All right. We're free. All right. Okay. All right, so the sun shouldn't be a problem for me this time. Yeah, one of my trips to the Ash Twins, I made the mistake of leaving my ship parked in the equator. Oh, that sucks. All right. Yeah, so I let my ship get sucked into the equator once. All right, so good. Timing wise, we're actually, this is good on timing because the gear hasn't been, nothing's been revealed fully yet. It's, I think it was the third location, if I remember correctly. Yeah, as far as just getting to the sun station, that one there, I had to look that one up because I had no knowledge of how to get through that one little area to get to the teleporter. All right, so I think. Let's see. Actually, I'm on the equator. Wait, am I on the equator? Hold on. Where's the other planet at? Okay. I'm north of the equator. Oh. Okay, that should be fine. I think this is roughly, I remember the high energy lab. I don't know if it says it here in the, I don't know if it says it in here. High energy lab. Where's the high energy lab? Yeah, so, oops. Oh, no, this here. The tower designs. Oops. But yeah. But I believe it was I'm trying to remember. Because I know that tornado-ish building, which is weird. I don't recall seeing a tornado-looking building. That was for that was the one for Giant Steep. I thought I had hull damage. Oh well. Okay, so let's go to the center equator. But, so I believe the first one. Okay, the gear building obviously goes to the sun station. This year, thought this one here. No, this one doesn't have one. I think. Which way's? I don't know which way I'm facing here. Does this have one up here? Or is it over here? Or, oh, maybe it might be down below. Yeah, so I think this is the Ember Twins, because these are twin towers. I'm just waiting to see where the damn, where the other planet is. 'Cause I got my bearings off as far as some stuff. Alright, so that there, that spiny point there is, that goes to the sun station. This goes to the twin towers, or the other tower. And I want to hide right here so I don't get fully sucked into the sand. I want to say these go sort of in order with respects to the planets. So I want to this is number 2, 3. I want to go to the 4th building, which should correspond with Brittle Hollow. Give that a couple seconds and I'll start following behind it. Oh. Now what I kind of wish they had is I wish they actually had a, once you discover the 22-minute cycle, I wish they actually, I wish they had a what do you call it? A timer on the screen so you could kind of gauge the time. I mean, other than looking at the sun and interloper, so this here goes to my house or my planet. And if I recall correctly, it's this next one. Because I remember visiting that there. It's like, oh hey, look, I'm on my home planet, and then it said step back on, it's ready to go back. And then this one here, I stepped on, and shortly after I stepped on it, I fell to my, well, I didn't fall to my death. I fell into the black hole. Well, the timing wise, we're doing pretty good because, well, no, because, let me see here. Well, we still got, let me see. Yeah, so the interloper's got one more pass before it'll hit it. So that's kind of what I'm gauging my time on. I look at the interloper to see if it's going to hit the sun or not. And so I know when it hits the sun, then I'm pretty much on my, 3-minute warning, if you will. Well, initially I was thinking that. But what got me was after I did get to the sun station, and they're like, yeah, we want to cause a supernova. It's like, so you asses are the ones that causes that. Well, I don't know. According to the ship's log, the sun expired naturally after 200 and some thousand years, which I guess is a natural time for it. But why in the hell would you want to intentionally cause a supernova? I should. This is a solid window, so. I hope there's oxygen where we're going to go, because I'm low on oxygen. Good news is I can look at this to kind of see the alignment. Okay, so there's Brittle Hollow there. So on this next rotation should hit our alignment. Maybe. I'm almost tempted to run to the next pad because there's oxygen there. Come on. I know that they were researching what, warp technology. Okay, I got full air. Okay, so I have gravity. So just don't jump. That was my problem before. I jumped off of this thing, and as a result, I went right into the black hole. Right, so let me go ahead and read these because I didn't read these before. So return is ready. Time, okay. So stay on this, whatchamacallit. Black Hole Forge, left. Is it time again? Oh, yeah. How, yeah, that's right. Because they're like, I do remember reading that in the, whatchamadoodle. Okay, that's for a tablet. So there's no tablet out here that I see. Okay. Be cautious near the boarding area while the Black Hole Forge is in operation. I hope these stairs are magnetic. Okay, they are. There you go. All right. There's a scroll. All right, let me go ahead and read what we got here. Where am I taking this first black hole core? And where am I taking the remaining cores once they're ready? All the warp towers are being constructed on Ash Twins. The black hole cores will go there. My gratitude in that case, Poe, Clary, leaving for delivery. I'll send Yarrow your regards. Poke, I'll return to the forge shortly. I'm going to catch up to Rude and help him deliver the first core to Ash Twins. Just make sure Yarrow receives it. White hole cores are for the warp receivers. Each of the 6 receivers are being constructed at different locations, so those deliveries will be a greater pain in your cervical spine. The tower design and high efficiency tower lab, or high efficiency lab, number twins revealed each receiver's location. Ask Yarrow, he's familiar with them. All right, let me see what this says. Regarding the warp towers on Ash Twins, does each tower have to be perfectly aligned with the center, the astral body to which it's tuned? I enjoy precision as much as the next Nomai, but if, for example, a tower's base were to shift even slightly, that tower might no longer align with the astral body. More accurately, I enjoy precision as much as the next Nomai, provided the next Nomai is not Poke. We don't need the alignment angle to be exact. It only needs to be within 5 degrees of the astral body center. Of note, this gives us a slight longer warp window. Imagine this window will last roughly several seconds. As such, any Nomai stepping into the warp platform during the active window will be immediately warped. We will need to be careful around the platform for the duration of the time it's active to avoid accidental transportation. Alright, now let me go ahead and remove this. And grab this. What? Wait, what? What? Who? Was there? I read it all. Oh, this one here. Of course you are. And that was referring to Return to the Forge shortly. Hey, you know what? Hey, if it needs to be read, I'll read it. Even if it doesn't necessarily have anything super duper important to say. Alright, of note, Yarrow believes he spotted a flaw in warp tower design, namely that one of the warp towers on Ash Twins will never activate because its warp receiver will never align overhead. Does your romantic interest think a warp tower's alignment point is its receiver? Does he not know that a warp tower always aligns with the center of its corresponding astral body? That isn't an unreasonable belief, given the receiver does have to be located on or in close orbit around the relevant astral body. Seem to recall that was your first understanding of warp technology at first? No, Yara understands the distinction. He likely doesn't realize the hourglass twins are so close together they function as a single astral body with a shared alignment point in between them. Okay. This here, I'm guessing, has something to do with the teleporter upstairs and its alignment to the whatchamacallit. I saw... There it is. Go back outside. Makes sense. I think... Alright, and this is probably the same stuff I've seen before, because there are a lot of duplicate stones I've run into on different locations. The good news, Yara, the advanced warp core is ready to be installed in the social chamber of Ash Twins. Nope, this is actually new. I'm intrigued. Love everyone here working on the Ash Twins project is excited to see it. Pi is beside herself with joy. No, it isn't. Is everything well at the forge? The core's durability could still be improved. I need more time. Don't worry, love. Poke is only nervous. The core is extraordinary and her design work is beautifully clever. Go ahead, Yara. The core is finished, and if my sister tells you otherwise, then she will be finished as well. All right. And then this is just going to show us the same thing I think we already seen. All right. Now if we can find the stone, there we go. All right. So now, what's my time frame? I got about maybe 5 minutes. I'm almost tempted to go in there, but I don't. Screw it. There is something in Ash Twins I want to explore. But I gotta wait for the, if it's what I think it is, I gotta wait for the sand to clear. Exit to surface. Black Hole Forge. I don't know if this will work or not. I don't see any other text in here. That's a broken elevator. Broken elevator. Let's exit to surface. So in theory, with the upper, well, since we're here, screw it. Oh, I know where this is. Yeah, I know where this is now. So does this transporter also... Wait, no, this is a... Didn't they say the white are receivers? This will never teleport. This will never send me out. Alright. Yep. Alright. So I'm never getting back to my ship, so let's go ahead and cycle it through. Because, well, I mean, I know, I've walked the full equator when the sand was nearly completely gone. So I know of all the towers on the center equator, or I know of all the buildings on the center equator. But, excuse me. To me, there's got to be a way into that projection room, I presume. Not 100% sure, but I presume there would be. I would imagine it would be more. I know it's not on the North and South Pole, because on the North and South Pole there are towers with exit elevators coming up. So, but once the sand clears some, I imagine it would be somewhere. I don't know. I'm not. Because I haven't looked at the. I have not. To me, based on. Just based on what I've seen, and looking at that every time, I think they're on Ash Twins. Because my understanding, and I think I'm on par with this. The Ash Twins project houses a number of those statues that essentially retain the memory, and basically, that's basically when I die or when the nova goes off. That's what is essentially is restoring my memory, if you will. And it's in a protective encasement that the supernova itself can't blow up. But well, and at the bottom there's a warp core there. But question is where does that warp core originate from? That's the because if it's physically sealed off, the only way you'd be able to get in there would be a warp core. And now there's also, what was it here? Oops, no, not Hollow's Lantern. Well, that's a good question. Presuming let's see here. Presuming was it this? No. Is it on this one? Presuming this, then potentially the one on the left, the upper left-hand corner. Can't, my mouse can't show, but basically the one that says, that's just under back to map. I mean, that's also true. Yeah, so I don't know. Unless it's the sun station that you have to go to and then teleport back. Hey, what's up, Drunzy? Read entries at the Black Hole Forge. Okay, so the tower's alignment point is not the warp receiver, but a warp tower always aligns with the center of the astral body. The warp receiver must be located on or in close orbit of the relevant astral body. and I know it said here that there's the Hourglass Twins, which is which we call it, is they're so close they function as a single astral body, with a shared alignment point in between them. All the warp towers were being constructed on the Ash Twin, while 6 warp receivers were being constructed at different locations, and forged the advanced warp core for the Ash. So I mean, I know that, I guess it depends on the alignment. Okay, I think okay, maybe. Okay, let me see here. If I'm thinking correctly, I have to go back to Black Hole Forge, don't I? No, part 6 wasn't yesterday. Because I was gonna say, do I need to hit the warp tower when it's on that alignment? Is the warp tower on Ash? Well, the thing is, okay, so unless you talk about having the moon above it, but there's nothing on the moon. So between these two, these are considered one astral body. So unless you're talking about maybe in the high energy lab, correct on the high energy lab or correct on the moon? I've been to the high energy lab, but I didn't see any, yeah, so that's the thing that's throwing me is like, you know, how do you know where you're going to land on the twins? If the twins are considered one astral body, you know, because as far as I know, like every time I warp somewhere, right? You know, if I warp from astral twins to someplace else, it said, okay, this place is ready to be returned to. And so if you step on it, it brought me right back to where I started at. I've never seen any originating, or I've never seen any other teleports other than the White Hole Tower that zapped you from, because White Hole Tower zaps you to does that what zap you to Bristol Tower? I don't remember where it zaps you to. That's the only other one I know of. So every warp tower sends you to a different planet. No, it's okay, John, because this is I'm at the point in the game now where things are like going way over my head in some aspects. So each of the towers on Ash Twins goes to a different planet, to a landing pad at a different planet. Interestingly enough, there's 2 landing pads on Brittle Hollow. One on the top, outside, one on the inside. So which picture are you talking about? You're talking about the picture for you're talking about the picture shown in here at the where was it at? Not that one. A picture of the high energy lab. The tower design. Okay, yeah. So I said that one tower, the Twin Towers, which is in the upper left-hand corner, the only thing I can think of is there's a somehow teleportation device there. Because in looking at this, in looking at the one in the upper left-hand corner, you have one. To me, there would be two. Unless, I mean, well, you know, here's the easiest thing to do. Let me just fly there and experiment with those. Well, because theoretically, it should send you from one side of that Twin Tower to the other side of the Twin Tower. Theoretically. I would think. You know, because... Yeah, so you have, on the Twin Tower one, you have the object on the right, which I'm going to presume is Ember. And then you got the tower on the left, which I presume is Ash. Just because one has a slit down the middle, which kind of resembles Ember on how it's split in half, so to speak. And then Amber, which is more solid. So you would think you would go to the one on the left, which is the solid one. That's my thought process. You would think. Because that tower technically should always be in alignment with itself, if you will, the center core. That's true. So, I mean, it's just a matter of luck. But then again, the same shoe, you step on the Ember teleporter, it could technically send you to what you would call it as well. The only downfall is you gotta wait like 5 minutes or so for the sand to get sucked off the planet. And hope I don't go into the sun again. I will say though that is an interesting concept with the Ash Twins and how you got that little sand getting sucked from one planet to the other. All right, well, what I do know is I don't want to be here. We want to be either above or below it. Because I don't need to be here when the sun starts swallowing it. Because there's a teleportation receiver there. Oh, break. Okay, that's the South Pole. Oh, don't go too high because you'll hit the planet. Right, easy. Yeah, I think we can land here. We got a couple minutes. Actually, speaking of being right back, I gotta go use the restroom. I'll be back myself. A few minutes. Don't get transferred. Oh, the restroom. You're funny, Drunzy. So here's something I was just thinking about. On the moon, when we were actually at the 6th location, we met up with that soul person, or Sam, or however we say her name, their name. How old is that person? You know, how long do the Nomi live? What's their lifespan? Because the majority of the other Nomi I've seen have all been skeletal remains, for one. Second, when you're looking, yeah, on the moon, yeah, I saw her shuttle. And that's a good point. That's actually okay. So then she's basically become fully entangled in the moon herself somehow, and still something seems weird. So my understanding. So when you look at the when you see the Ash Twin Project projection, there's 3 masks that are lit up. I know one is me, one is Ryback, or Reback, how we say it. And I'm under the presumption that the third one is from the probe launcher. Which is why it actually is retained, or Belspin? Yeah, Gabriel, thank you. I'm getting all their names. Yeah, the guy on T, guys. Yeah, I'm getting all their names confused. Sorry. But the third mask, I believe, is tied to the probe launcher mechanism, which is why it's able to technically make note of how many launches have happened through my entire playthrough. Because I don't know what number was on when I started. I know that I believe it was, I want to say 54, 9 million, blah, 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 and 54 is when I located the object. And then I visited a couple times and I noticed that the increment was still incrementing. So I visited one increment and it was at like 74. I visited again, it was like 78. Excuse me. So what I'm curious of then, what happened to Zed? I believe that guy's name was Zed, because in the statue workshop, there is a reference to Zed interacting with the statue. So shouldn't he technically still be alive, sort of? Or if you die of natural causes, let's say, you know, does the statue not help you? All right. So now we're just sitting here chilling. Oops. And just waiting for the... Actually, you know what? Let me do this. I didn't know you could unbind yourself from it. So, I have a theory on that, based on, because we got, oops. So based on, I don't know if it's in the ship's log or not. Oh, where was it at? So my theory on this is, okay, so they constructed the 22-minute negative time interval thing. My theory, which, so there's mention somewhere, I don't recall where it was, Was it here? Yeah. So I think they needed energy. And what's the best producer of energy in the world? The sun. I'm thinking that they intentionally try to go supernova on the sun to get a lot of energy so that they could go back further than 22 minutes. To presumably save the universe from going supernova? Save the star? Maybe? That's the only reason why I could, because I was actually thinking about that on my last break. But, you know, all right, so let me see here. Let me step outside. I got my suit on. I got my suit on. All right. I'm awful close to the equator. I don't want to be here. Wait. Yeah, I'm in the wrong spot. Back that ass up. Yeah, don't want to be in the equator. I had my ship sucked up once before. All right. All right, now let's go get some exercise for a few minutes. I'll just follow this thing around, because I can always stop by my ship again and get some more air. I know I've got at least a couple revolutions. But yeah, so I mean that's what initially, you know. But the thing is though, you know, so how they discovered or accidentally came across 22 minutes or what they did is that one there is beyond me, you know. But if you need to make a shit ton of statues, which is why they had the statue workshop, obviously. And you need to get all your brainiac people bound so that they could, you know, recall and retain their memory of what they did in the past cycles that was right and wrong and whatnot. But then how far back could the sun push you with its energy? You know, if you were able to harness a supernova, which would then trigger you going back in time, you know, I would presume a supernova would produce a lot of power, so it could potentially push you back years. But if it pushed you back too far, then theoretically, you know, you could push back time to the point before the people got bound to the statues, theoretically. Yeah, but this little endeavor here was a pain in the ass. They died of old age. Well, some of them died of old age. I presume. Okay, so here's the Twin Towers. Alright, so in theory, if we gotta wait for this sand to go down, because that goes up to, this just goes up to nowhere. Because I've read that scroll before. Oops. Well, the intact tower theoretically would go to the teleport on Ember, I would imagine, because to me this is divided. So this one here, like I said, this is the one I would theorize would go to Ash, Oop, don't leave the orbit. I just want to make sure there's no damn cactuses. Yeah, I'm gonna hide right here. Yeah, there's cactuses. And more cactuses. Okay, there's the floor. So this is the teleporter pad here. So if I just sit here on the teleporter pad and presuming this is the but here comes the I don't want to stand here though. Yeah, because I don't want to stand there while that thing's coming through. Probably because of that damn sandstorm right there. But it should turn white, I would imagine, when it's ready to go. Well, I hope it happened in 3 minutes. Yeah. Oh yeah, because then the scout would, yeah, that would make sense, because the scout would disappear. Well, I got 3 minutes, and it's probably about a 2 to 3 minute cycle for the sandstorm anyhow. But see, I thought the blue, did I die? That's true. And actually, I can just run to one of the other towers. There's a tower. The next tower down has trees in it. But I was under the impression that the white circles were your senders, and then the black were your receivers. True die? What is considered a true die? Well, considering I don't know what a true death is, I'm gonna say that no, I haven't truly died. Well, I'm gonna race. I'll come back to that tower in a second. I need oxygen. Oh no, I'm just coming here for oxygen. I know I can outrun the sandstorm. That's the only reason why I ran back here. Come on, sandstorm. Now, okay, so did I die? Yes. Technically, yes, I did die. If you're talking about game over, die, yes. At the very beginning of the game, I jumped into the geyser and died. Right, so... Well, like I said, I have to test all my deaths. And on the passage, like over here. Because I'm pretty sure it was 2. What's my time? Okay, the Interloper is on its final spin. Did I see what? The Dead Nomi right there? Right there? Wait, where? Unless you're talking about that dude right there. Yeah, that one right there. That's sneaky. I bet it happened every time that whatchamacall was there. All right. 10 minutes to the end of cycle transmission. Yep. Okay, so we got 10 minutes left. All right. Mass receiving data, probe tracking module, giant steep memory statue, some Earth memory statue, which would be the 3, giant steep is what I expected. Am I in? And then probe tracking. Yep. 12 minutes. So this top one and this bottom one, that's weird. Oh no, because it pauses when I'm reading, because I've turned that on. So the top and the bottom will add up to 22 minutes. This is kind of wicked. This is really wicked. All right, well I got, how much time did it say till the end of the world? 9 minutes, okay. Let's see what we got here. So like I said, one of these is mine, one of these is Gabbro's, and one of these is the probe launch mechanism. There's a lot of reading to be done here. Today we finished the excavation of Ash Twins. Here in this space we carved, we will craft our most ambitious project yet, the Ash Twin project, powerful enough to send information back in time. We also finished relocating all subterranean plants we met while digging. We need to keep our eyes on how significantly we've altered the environment here. How far we've come since our experiments at the high energy lab. Still can hardly believe Remy's hypothesis was true. And I believe that was with regards to time. Pogue just sent the warp core for the final tower to us from Black Hole Forge. Now Ash Twins can be connected to the Giant Deep, where Cass is working with Avens to craft the orbital probe cannon, and where Lox is sculpting memory statues. Hypothesis: it was not by accident the core of our warp tower was the last to be forged. The cores could have been forged faster if Cass had interrupted my work less frequently to ask for updates. Isn't that always how it is though? The important point is we are all connected through Ash Twins now, and also that I'm no longer needed for I'm no longer needed to fix your arguments or disagreements. Mediation, that's what I'm looking for. Or wanted to say. Our friends on Giant Steep tested the orbital probe can today. Mela tells me the can is doing well and that Avens advocates for more launch power. If anyone can coax the max power from a device, he can. But then if anyone can go to a device and do exploding, that too is likely Avens. Perhaps I should check in with the orbital probe can crew in interest of safety. Would it help to remind Avens that Mallow, his love, will be one of the Nomis aboard the cannon, or is Mallow part of the problem? Never good to mix business with pleasure. So finished the memory statues today, and they are truly remarkable. When the Ash Twin project succeeds, or in the event it fails, the memory statues will activate, allowing us to gather more data before we shut down the project. Pi and Idea have worked hard on the Sun Station, and it at last is complete. If everything goes as planned, the structure will prompt the sun's explosion, which in turn will supply the power to the Ash Twin project. Which in turn supply the power to the Ash Twin project requires. Yeah, okay. I'm impressed by their mental fortitude. This was the project's most difficult task in more ways than one. We're nearly ready to activate the Ash Twin project. Here's what will happen. First, the sun station will receive the order to fire at the sun, prompting it to explode. Oop. And then I run into a wall. Using the energy from the resulting supernova, the Ash Twin project will send the order for the orbital probe cannon to fire back in time by 22 minutes. Exactly 22 minutes after these orders are received, the sun station will again trigger the supernova to send the probe data from this cannon launched back in time. In total, each cycle created by the Ash Twin project will last precisely 22 minutes. We can end the cycle at will. These words are difficult to write. The sun station did not work. However, this is the closest we have ever been. The Ash Twin project is theoretically sound. We were only unable to power it. Perhaps there is another way. Suppose we redesign the sun station. To generate power of that magnitude, a supernova is still our only viable option. This is easier expressed than accomplished. You can wait for the sun to explode on its natural timeline if you prefer, but you'll need to find some way to halt our aging process. I believe we can still find a way to create a supernova, my friend. Don't lose hope. Oops. We are halting our research into creating a supernova for the moment. A comet has newly arrived in the solar system, and we're anxious to explore it. It's been a very long time since we last explored somewhere new. We're excited to welcome this comet. Imagine what knowledge might be gained there. Let's see, we got tablets galore. All right. I don't think these are going to show me anything special. Oh no, this is a writing wall, never mind. I've installed the masks inside Ash Twin Towers, Ash Twin project. They look beautiful, although I do feel as I'm being observed. It's comforting to know the statues will not pair until the project succeeds, otherwise I imagine the experience would be hard to endure. Ideally, they only need to be activated once project succeeds as a safety measure. However, the statues will also activate in the event of equipment failure. They will. Why is that? If anything goes wrong with the Ash Twin project, the statue and the mask will make us aware of the situation and enable us to fix it. Otherwise, it will be possible for us to remain permanently unaware of the problem. I hadn't thought of that. Profound horrific fate. Right? Because I think that I read that one before, but it doesn't hurt to glance at them again. I have good news, Yarrow. The advanced warp core is ready to install central chamber. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Everything well at the forge. Core's durability could be improved. Need more time. Yeah, because I read this. I think I read this on the other black core or thing. Core's finished, and sister tells me otherwise, then she'll be finished as well. Yeah, I literally just read this. So I'm just gonna go ahead and skip through these. All right. All right, and then there's another one here. That's Timberhearth. I don't remember anything from Timberhearth before. Oh yeah, this is about the ore. So just gonna glance over these just to get them texted out again. All right, nothing else on this side. All right, let's continue going up here. So let's see what's this say. Artificial gravity control. Yes, leave artificial gravity alone. What could possibly go wrong by moving this? Find out. Oh, you know what? I probably need artificial gravity off to lift this, don't I? Yeah, I do. You tricky bastards. You know how much I hate zero gravity environments. Ooh, that's why I hate zero gravity environments. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know what I just did. I can't land. Okay, turn the gravity back on. Stop moving. All right. So I don't know what I just did. I did some. Did I do something up there? I don't know. Is there a report? Oh, thank you. I completely overlooked that. Thank you. Congratulations. You just ended the world. Removing the core will disable the Astronauts project. You're about to access the core while it's active. Sure, why not? So that means that on this next in the next few minutes we're all gonna die. Die, like game over die, right? Theoretically? I imagine it's because of how much power they had. That was my understanding. Or the 22-minute shockwave? So I would imagine that's what I was thinking. So 22 minutes for the shockwave of the supernova to hit the eye? I mean, I don't know. Which is why they said the cannon only needs to be fired once. Which makes sense. Now, okay, but now let's just, okay, I'm gonna pull up a calculator here, right? All right, so let's see here. Let's just go round, just for the sake of rounding. All right, so over 900 launches, or excuse me, over 9 million launches have occurred. At 22 minutes every launch. So divide that by 60, that's 3,300,000 hours. Divide that by 24. So presuming we're on a 365 calendar, but that's 137,000 days. Divide that by just a standard Earth calendar, just for the sake of that. That's 376 years, basing on Earth standards. That's a long time. So, I guess the question is, and hey, how's it going? What's going to happen here in a minute? Because if we disable this, that means the probe shouldn't launch. So this will be game over. Like, so are you telling me I don't want to disable the core? Because if I disable this and it's game over, that means you have to start all over from scratch. Okay, so I can leave this disabled. Yeah, just so it doesn't complicate things. Just so it doesn't complicate things. Oh, speaking of achievements, thank you. I'm gonna take a look at something real quick. Let me see here. This game. Holy crap! Well, huh? Interesting. I thought I would have achieved more achievements for this, and I've only gotten 2 of 31. Okay. All right. Well. Yeah, I didn't realize that. I didn't look at the achievements beforehand, so I'm curious. Let's see here. I'm always curious. Well, most of the achievements are hidden. So like that one there, that may be a hidden achievement. Right. 2 minutes. Okay. Oh yeah, I found that. All right, let's see what happens. Geronimo. So, so actually, because I have 0 gravity. So theoretically, though, if this chamber can survive a supernova, then technically I shouldn't die right now, right? I mean, unless I hurt myself. I feel like I'm in a damn blender. Well, that's the thing is, they constructed this shield to withstand the supernova, right? So, I mean, this gotta last at least a little bit, for the, a little bit after the supernova goes off. This thing's going way too fast for me to even try to move. Ugh. Yeah, so even if I wanted to do anything, I'm kind of stuck now. That's okay. Warp core? Which warp core? Oh, the center's core here? Is that the warp core? That blue thing? Ugh. Ugh. Okay, it's solidified. Or, well, it lit up. Oh, I can't see shit. Here comes the Nova I can't see. Oh, okay, I see. In the center of the core. Is that what you're talking about? Which I just saw for a second before. Okay. Oh. That's different. So now I'm tempted to go back there just to turn it off. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So technically I survived the supernova, technically to a certain extent. They're just looking at something up there. That was interesting. I want to go to my ship real quick. I want to see what we got. Is that? Then you wake. Wait, then you wake up. Oh, you're talking about as far as the sand going by and then getting sucked up. All right, so. So that's. There are no question marks, no exclamation points. So really, so essentially there is, well, okay, that still leaves the question of the eye itself. Now, I mean, that's true. Sometimes, but I mean, as at least as far as as far as the question marks are concerned, all the questions have been answered. But I'm sure there's still stuff missing off this. So, the eye itself is the mystery. I have the coordinates for the eye. In fact, I have the coordinates for the eye written down. I actually physically wrote them down because I went to where was it at? I went to the vessel, and I noticed one. What do you mean? You mean if I need the coordinates, it will appear on my screen? Well, ain't that well, the reason I wrote it down, okay, so I went to the vessel multiple times, and on my, I finally figured out on the vessel, in that little control pad area, that's where you put navigation stuff in, that little marble thing that you have to do the design on. So, the coordinates didn't appear there. So, but true, and I did notice that as well. But I went ahead and I put the coordinates in for the whatchamacallit. So I now know how the navigation system on the vessel works. So if I run into another similar thing like that. Now, someone had made a suggestion. I'm going to try this. I don't know if this will work or not. I'm not going to go back to the whatchamacallit just yet. We're going to go to Brittle. I want to see something on Brittle Hollow. Then I want to get the shuttle. Because... But I've never... So, in the shuttle, you've got 3 controls. You have blast off. You have... run into the molten moon. Oh, missed that molten moon barely. So you got... blast off, warp back, and I don't know what the third one is. Oh, is the third one land? Okay. But what I've never noticed, and actually we're gonna kill 2 birds with 1 stone on this. Because I never did actually launch my, I never actually did launch this. So we'll launch this, just launch it. We got the 3 control marble thingamabobbers. Where the hell's the... Oh, over here. You got the 3 whatchamacallits. You launch yourself. What do you mean if you keep it on? Oh, I got you. Oh, okay, so maybe we'll try that too. You know, he said, I like doing fun and interesting ways of killing myself. So, this here is basically just saying that shuttle's on the moon, which is fine. This is return. And that's launch. Okay, so I'm going to launch. launch as fast as I thought it would. All right. So, oh, I'll be launching myself as well here in a second. I just want to see something. Oh, no, I will, but I want to look at something inside this shuttle for a second. Because what I don't see in the shuttle, so you got the warp core there, which is what allows you to bring it back. Yeah, I don't need that recording. I've already read it. What I don't see is a navigation system. So, you know, even if I wanted to, let's say, launch this, you know, and plug in the navigation coordinates, how would one do that? Because the only navigation control panel was on the vessel. Now, the vessel's warp core, like you said, is broken. So, I'm under the impression almost that you could almost take another warp core from somewhere to power it up. All right, so let's go and launch ourselves up. Escape pod? Does the escape pod have a warp core in it? That just came to my mind. Okay, so no. Whee! That's kind of cool. Where's my ship at? Oh, you know what? Because my ship's way over there because the planet's rotating. Imagine that. Okay, let me take a look at that. Because it made me wonder why I was able to interact with the broken warp core on the vessel to the point of actually putting it in where the warp core goes. But that was a very smooth takeoff from the gravity cannon. I was expecting it to be a little bit more jarring. Okay. Let's see, vessel. So I found it. Long dead. Activate three-side pillar, appears to be some sort of input device. Try to call for help. From the original. Logs of the interloper. Interloper's back here. This one or the ruptured core? Because I know that they, one of the escape pods, see. Well, no, the thing is, this is at the point where I'm actually really confused on where to go or what to do. Because I don't know. Because the only other thing I can, trying to, like I said, I got the coordinates for the sixth, or the sixth location, but I don't have a way of getting there accurately. And from a time perspective, I mean, even if you took the core out of the, and I don't know if it's possible. Hold on. So this here, okay, so even if I remove the core from the Ashwin projects, there's no way that I could get to the Dark Bramble, to the vessel, to put it in time. There's no way I could do that. Unless I made it there within seconds, I mean, of the 22 minutes. I mean, it just seems challenging. Well, mainly challenging is navigating the Dark Bramble. Because there's no teleport to Bramble. That's one place there's no teleport. Or is there? I don't recall there being a teleport. Oh no! I mean, because I know as far as navigating to get to the vessel, I know I can find it via, like I said, marking it on the ship's log. It's just the Bramble is a pain in the ass. Let me see, because that's the only thing I can think of. But let's go find out. So I gotta wait, because you also gotta wait for this damn. You gotta wait for the sun, not the sun. You gotta wait for this thing to start eating up the moon, or eating its sand, passing the sand on, whatever you want to call it. Because this is the only place that has an advanced warp core that I'm aware of. Oops. Wrong button. I'll just hover over it here. Because yes, that's one of the under the pre-flight options. I've got all these turned on. Which is, saving me a little bit of just a few seconds here and there as I'm reading stuff. All right, we'll just use that as I'm just laying on you for now. Now, see, I'm also curious about this thing here. Because I didn't see any... There's got to be something else on this tower, or on this planet, where this exits, or that you can exit here. Something lower once all the sand goes away. I'm kind of curious of that. Here. Where's the planet at? Okay, I'm on the northern. Right. Oh, no, don't roll. Oh, there we go. All right. Right, so that, I think it's, watch out. I think it's the next one coming up. I think. Yeah, just don't fly into the sand. That would not be good. So I tell you one thing they love in this game. Apparently they love unstable planets. I think the only planet that's stable at all is Timber. Because Brittle gets blown up. Or not blown up, it gets sent to the black hole. You got the whatchamacallit that has tornadoes out the ass, or hurricanes, I guess. Technically they're over water. Those would be hurricanes. The Twins, which does this crap. Oh yeah, oh it does. That makes it more challenging. You got the Bramble with the fish. You know, I'm gonna start calling them demon fish. Because earlier I called them angel fish. They're more demons than anything else. Actually, this is the one I want. Right there. Alright. I got about at least another pass of that. Yeah, so go ahead and flag this. We've got to flag the location. Oops. Yeah, I was not flagging the location. Try it again. So I wonder, so it says it marks it on the HUD. Does it also mark it on the mini-map? Even though it doesn't really matter on this because you can't open this up. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, it doesn't, yeah, granted, it doesn't take that long to fly. And presuming, well, presuming the teleporter returns me back to this location, you know, it's a quick thing to get in and go. Actually, it's one more pass, I think. And then, I don't know, maybe, is it exposed yet? No. One more pass. Provided I don't die. Yeah, but like I said, there's just some things that I would never have accomplished that I had to look up. So, like, to get into the sun station, knowing to basically go in the gear tower as soon as the sand drops low enough for you to get through there. I would never have thought of that. We'll do the probe trick. That was a good idea. Thank you for saying that before. Actually, I might. Well, that's not what I expected to happen. That was kind of funny. All right, so pretty much we want to eject the core. Which you need to turn off gravity for. Here, let's move this ball over here at least first, just because. Actually, I wonder if I can. Okay, so I'm gonna need gravity off anyhow to get to the. Oops, to get to the what do you call it? You pull this core. All right. Oh, okay. Come on. Now this is the part that's going to kill me. Is my spacewalking ability is not the best. All right. Ooh. Stop. Come on. Okay, turn gravity on so I can maneuver properly, because I can't not maneuver. Like I said, my spacewalking sucks. Brake. God, see, that's what I'm talking about. I cannot maneuver, save my life without gravity. All right. Even though it's faster, and hopefully I don't miss the alignment. Then I just gotta wait for this thing to align back at some point and beam my ass out of here. Unless that goes to the south. So it almost makes me think that these go to the, if you could. What's the time frame on this thing cycling now? Oh, come on, guys. It's not. No, just I want it to go. Just, I don't like waiting. I'm impatient. Yeah. Once before. That was warped here. This is the last time I warped Scout. Let's see here. As the interloper's on its final spin now. Because normally, there it goes. I don't know how much time I just wasted on that, unfortunately. Ooh, run, Forrest, run! Where? Oh shit, ship's over there. Oh, damn it, I'm in orbit. I went the wrong way. I forgot which side I parked on. And I'm gonna die. Oh, no, 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 get out of there, get out of that sun. Easy, easy. Don't die. This is like that one time I... Oh, you're right. Wait, didn't I? I thought I sucked, did I not? I thought I collapsed him before. Hold on. Why is that music playing already? That music's not, generally doesn't play until the interlope disappears. Which is weird. Oh, did it? No, I didn't. It must not have kicked in until I, oops. Guessing it didn't kick in until, I actually left that, location. So now you're on a true time crunch here, so I didn't look at, I should have looked at the whatchamacall, but I'm figuring I got about, let me see here. The interloper, I'm figuring I got about 9 minutes, 8 minutes. All right. Now comes the fun part. And that's this navigation thing. If I don't blow my ship up. Yeah, good thing I don't need landing gear in here. Well, the easiest thing to do is to go for orange, because I know I gotta go through orange. So if I go through the 1.3, I know if I go through the 1.3, the white one, I'm just gonna have to go through orange anyhow. So go through orange, and we know when we get into orange, we have to go through 3 fish. Okay. This is the part that sucks. Because I can't rush this. I just have to drift. And I have to wait until I'm roughly 400 meters past this guy here. Oops. But what I discovered, I've tried one bar. I've tried baby tapping it. Oh, those bitches are sensitive. But I found just around 400. Well, the thing is though, I still gotta make a course correction, because I still have to go through another portal. So I'm gonna give it to about 450. But there's another fish that I gotta deal with potentially over here. But if I am lucky, which it looks like luck may be on my side, I got a straight shot into this portal. Because there's no fish. no direct fish over here. Provided I can get through this portal. This one here is a free fly. And now I just gotta find the entrance. I think this is the entrance here. Alright, stop! Alright. And the bad thing is I can't tell time in here. Come on, guy. See, like I said, my spacewalk sucks. Especially with no gravity. Now, I'll be quite honest, I'm surprised I was actually able to... I'm surprised I was actually able to make it this far. But I have to do this, the navigation stuff again. Okay, stop. Insert. Hey, gravity! Oh, thank God. Alright, so... gotta put this over here. Which raises this. And then this here. Okay, I see what you're saying now on the coordinates. Alright. I gotta use mouse on this one. Because there's no way in hell I'm doing this on the gamepad. Alright, so then I presume, and once that goes down, I don't know, do I hit this up? Is that all you do? Okay. That's the eye. Just out of curiosity, just because. What happens if I do this? Oh, is that a return portal? Okay. Yeah, we don't want to do that. All right. Well, just had to see. I presume I'm going over there. Huh. All right. Well, I think I'm going over there. Well, I'm not going over there this way. We have to leave the. Wait. Hold on. Wait, oh, so I do need to do this portal here. That goes outside? Okay. Oh, okay. Anything here? Hello? I can't even... Wait. Oh, that's quantum. I can't even pick up anything out here. Alright, let's go, I have no idea where I'm going. I presume I want to go here. I don't know why. What in the hell? This thing is a lot larger than I thought it was going to be. I must become one with the eye. So, hey, trees. Oh, you know, I wasn't even thinking about oxygen. I totally, completely forgot about oxygen. I don't know why, but I have a feeling I want to go to the South Pole. I don't know why. Alright, so we're at the South Pole. Now what? Well, when in doubt, go in a hole, right? Now, I'm wondering, is time kind of frozen? Oh, that really didn't do... Well, that was anticlimactic. So is time frozen, or am I still on the 22-minute clock? Because the death music has stopped. Oh, that's good. Which doesn't make sense based on the testing with Scout earlier. Let me see something here. And that could very well be. Yeah, I don't know why, but I kind of want to fly up. I can't. Gravity's very heavy here. All right, so I presumed that it wanted me to come here, but there's nothing I see in these holes, just like little divots, and there's nothing here. Gravity, interestingly enough, is lighter here. And gravity's getting lighter, and then gravity got real heavy. Can I climb this thing? So, I mean, I thought it wanted me to do something at the South Pole. There's something on the equator to look at? Because I didn't see anything to interact with. Wonder if does this thing work here? Nope. Wow. Scout's gone. I can't even call Scout back. I lost my Scout. I just wanted to take a selfie on the eye. But it is interesting. Gravity, the amount of gravity changes depending on, like, when you're in that little valley there, gravity is less. Let me just see. So this is the way I came from. Now, there'll be a tree appearing over here shortly. There we go, tree. You know what? I'm gonna die because I'm gonna get struck by lightning. I'm gonna walk on this this line. This is C. I turned on the signal scope, and so I'm not getting anything for that. And this, actually, well, I turned it on before, and it just gave me. I swear to God, I swear to God, I had this thing on before, and it basically just gave me the standard quantum fluctuation right where it was earlier. I thought it was just, it's just like when you're on the moon, you break out the signal scope, how anywhere you look on the moon, you're picking up the quantum fluctuations. So I thought that was what it was doing, like, it's kind of like that. Hey, we know where the moon is. Which is interesting. Well, that actually is quite interesting. It picked up the moon. Granted, the moon was 6,000 meters away, right? So theoretically, shouldn't I be able to pick up the outer wilds out there? Right, I have a feeling I need to get in this hole here. I don't know why. But I can't reach it. Oh, that's right. I forgot I can zoom in. Thank you. I forgot about the magnification. Zoom. Oh, use the walls to walk up? I was trying. I just couldn't get on the walls. Oh. Walk upside down this way. I was trying to imagine that. I was trying to walk on the outside of the walls where I couldn't get a foothold. Hey, I'm all good at this point. I don't need the moon. Like I said, yeah, at this point my brain's kind of fried on some of this. So I was like, I'm trying to do things the hard way, like climb on the outside of the wall. I think this way looks good. Actually, that way looks better. As if... Oh, whoa, okay. Now I'm going into the eye. Where the hell am I? Okay, well I have no real control. Where the I'm in the observatory. This is the last place I expected to go. I'm sure these are the same, right? Weird. Oddly quiet, too, I may say. Very oddly quiet. Oh, so that wasn't the same on the statue down here? I mean, because it's not the same from what I read earlier? Nobody never got to see for themselves, but thanks to their effort and technology, they were able to reach. Oh, my mistake. Their things were able to reach the eye of the universe. For a while, I found it. So that one there's the same. Wait, explore the solar system at the end of the universe. Well, I mean, the picture's the same. And then that's the planet, the flag on the moon. That there, from my understanding, that's the DLC. Something to do with triggering the DLC. And then the solar system. Radio tower. Yeah. But well, at least I think you have to go there to trigger the DLC. Curious anomaly in one of the photos, but ultimately went unexplained. Is there something different in this? I don't see nothing. Okay, I don't think I want to go out there. Now I do remember there used to be 3 things to read here. You had one for that pair, one for that, or maybe there was only 2. The end of its lifespan, a sun collapsed, sun gravity, and then exploded in a violent supernova. Yeah, it sure did. Now, I don't remember finding that. Well, I never actually did look to see where the teleporter landed on our planet. And that's the escape pod on Ember. And then yeah, because this used to be the wall that you walk up. Then we came to ourselves and were following a signal from the eye of the universe. They perished when the interloper arrived, bringing with it the deadly substance we call ghost matter that flooded the entire solar system almost instantaneously and without warning. But see, now that also, brings up a question. So is it, the interloper? I kind of came to the conclusion that the interloper was the source of the ghost matter. But is it the ghost matter that killed everyone, or was it the supernova that killed everyone? Or was it a joint effort? Did the ghost matter help speed up supernova? True. This here is what we used to look at the satellite. Hornsfield's observations. It's incredible at first. Thought points of light were image stars, but yeah, galaxy, this image is tiny patch. Things at least. So this here is the same. And then this is according to the redshift calculations. Every single galaxy in this image is moving away from us. So yeah, this is the same also. All right, let's see what this is. Okay, that was weird. Why do I have what I'm thinking of almost is, okay, the end of Men in Black. How it's like aliens in a jar of aliens in a jar of aliens in a jar of the Earth in a jar, or Men in Black 2 maybe is what it was. Oops. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to roll. Where the hell? What the? Where the? I'm so confused now. and setting Skeleton, that was just a pure accident. Well, great. I just killed a universe. Yeah, let's go kill some universes. See how many universes can I wipe out? I see. Actually, it looks like they're going out on their own. Oh, I guess they don't need any help from me then. I'll be quite honest, this is not what I was expecting. It's getting awful dark out here. Because that was one thing that Nomi said in one of their texts, is that they noticed a lot of stars were dying out, and that they wanted to keep the clan together to find someplace, I guess, to live. Let's see, is there a... Well, I can't even change frequencies. Okay, we got a heavy breather. Oh, that's funny. I was picking up myself. At least I'm not running out of oxygen. Let's see, sorry, I'm searching up on the chat here. At this point, timeline, which kind of sucks for the Herthians, or whatever we call ourselves, because pretty much, you know, we've come into existence at the end of the timeline. Well, since we're here, might as well roast a marshmallow. All right. My marshmallow is not catching on fire. There we go. You gotta toast it a little bit. True, and that's something I noticed. Is it showed? Oh, hello, chair. No. Why do I have this funny feeling? All right, in a minute, we're gonna see a sleeping bag appear right here. Right? Wait for it. Oh wait, Esker. Wait, yeah, Esker was... Do you hear music? No. Should I hear music? I guess so. Okay, let's go to the banjo. My flashlight, oh. I thought my flashlight was already on. This does not belong on this planet. Does it? I don't think that was the design that this planet had. Look, there's a banjo. Whoa, 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 okay, we don't need to go off in outer space. And we don't need to die either. I just wanted to see if I could, any other instruments around here? I just wanted to see if there's an entry point on the roof. Yeah? Well, I went over there. Last thing I want to do right now is launching a oh. You know what? I totally forgot. And, well, maybe I didn't forget, but maybe, Quantum. Just turn and let it... Alright, let's turn again. Alright, is there gonna be another musical instrument for me to get? Wait, who are you? Are you me? Am I you? Oh, that's Ryback. It's not quite time yet. Pretty sure we'll need the others for this next part. We'll need, you know, everyone. No rush, take your time. It might not even exist here. Okay, so let's go get the band. The Quiet Shade, huh? The Quiet Shade was, Cross Old Bark. That's true, but, you know, getting myself dizzy is so much funner. The hell is this? Was that a... Oh, that's the camera sort of from the satellite, or maybe the observatory. I swear to God, I just saw a floating... Okay, I wasn't seeing things. Uh-oh. Did I find who I was looking for? I think so. Maybe not. I don't know. Right. Okay, this is a different song. What the hell? That's weird. Excuse me. Let's go back to this drummer. It looks like I can look, you know, this looks like a telescope of sorts. Oh wait. Nope. Damn it, wrong button. I always do that. Don't know how I gathered that like that, but it... Okay, let's go back to the crazy... Actually, you know what? Let's go to the harmonica. I'll come back to the bone dancers in a minute. This is definitely weird. Oh, lovely. You don't scare me. I'm not going to move. They're just trying to scare me. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go next and get that direction. This tree here, or hold on. Up in the tree? Oh. But I like how it like slowed me down just enough when I got there. All right, so now let's go to the bone dancers. If I can find them. Right. So what are we doing with the bone dancers here? I don't know why. I just want to get on this tree stump. Yeah. It really didn't do anything. So for the most part, all of them are similar. Well, 4 of them have their hands like on the inside. That one's kind of on the outside. Wait, you know what? They're all pointing up. It just dawned on me. Just wait, what the? Dude, you took my tree stump. I would have jumped except you got in my way. Fine, I guess or not. Ouch! I think I hit a tree. I can't position myself to see that at all. Nope. Really, guys? I mean, you want me to jump on your head and if that's what you guys want me to do. Well, that's an easy way of getting there, I suppose. Now I'm on a shuttle. Well, when in doubt, launch. Now I feel like I'm in Star Trek. Okay, a mask floating in space. Wait. And a safe landing. Alright, well, I think we gathered everyone, right? For everything. What do you say? Should I get out of the old harmonica? Not yet. Let me just see what the rest of these folks have to say before, yeah, bro, what the hell's on your head? Nope, not yet. Alright. What about you? Can we play? Nope, not yet. You're the drummer. Hold on. Was there? I could have sworn there were only 3 instruments. Yeah, I guess there was 4. I don't know why. My brain's just fried. What about you? The conscious observer has entered the eye. I wonder what happens now. Time to find out? Okay, let's find out. This song is new to me, but I'm honored to be part of it. I guess I need all you to start playing. Yep, go start the music. And we actually do something else here. Just in case. And I'm just turning on a recording. Because Twitch is sometimes funny with shit. Yeah, it's not a bad little melody mix. Right. Oh, he's whistling. Oh, hello. Damn, they were doing a good song there. Why'd y'all stop? Even it's over now, I had a good time learning. I think the rules are about to change. I learned a lot. Past is past now, but that's, you know, it's okay. It's never really gone completely. The future is always built on the past, even if we won't get to see it. Ah, okay, which makes sense. Still, it's time for something new now. I believe we reached the end of our journey. All that remains is to collapse the innumerable possibilities before us. No, not just yet. I'm dealing in the moment while every possible possibility still exists. Unless they are collapsed by an observer, they will never be more than possibilities. Well, I need to talk to everyone before I say goodbye to them. I tell you what, this has been really fun, and I got to help make something pretty cool, so I've got no complaints. I mean, not me exactly, but close enough. The kind of thing that makes you glad you stopped and smelled the pine trees along the way, you know? The thing is, though, technically, he and I are in the same boat. You cut it a little close, didn't you think? Well, it worked out alright in the end, I suppose. Did it? I don't even know. I hope there's beasties in the next one. No, we don't need beasties. How long has it been since I got to make music with everyone around and a campfire? Really happy we're all here. Ain't all seen. Now, see, I've never actually played this or seen. I've seen bits and pieces of it. I'm presuming that if I didn't run into any of these characters along the way, that they wouldn't be here to do the band along with her, like you said. All right, let's see what happens now. I believe we reached the end of the journey. Okay, let's collapse it. Yes, let's see what comes next. By your curiosity, friend, let's find out together. Yeah? No? We're gonna find out together? Yes? Okay, am I jumping into this? Okay, that's not what I expected. Whoa! Then again, I wasn't expecting that either. Okay, so I'll say this. I stand corrected in not thinking, you know, you could get the warp core and get to the bramble and the ship in time. Clearly I did. But it just, I don't know. Didn't think it was going to work. Alright. Bright light now fades to black, right? Alright. So, let's say that was a good completion of the base game. Alright. Then the DLC will be next. But I'm gonna let the credits roll, and after the credits, that will actually be the end of the stream. And then we'll start the DLC on the next session. And appreciate the follow, thank you. It was a touch and go. The early part of the game was, he said, I want to say I probably went through 90% of the game, no issues whatsoever. Just this last portion here, just there's some things I just could not get past that, you know, made it a little bit difficult. Like I said, the big thing was, I mean, a couple of big things I never would have figured out on my own at all. How to get into the quantum tower, how to get into the sun station, how to get to the center core on Ash, because I didn't even think about that one tower having two different teleport systems. So those three things there really, and also the forge. Didn't even think about needing to raise the forge and then teleport over there. So a couple of things there are just, you know, at a certain point, I couldn't get behind. Couldn't come up with the ideas of what I needed to do, unfortunately. Well, I mean, after the credits roll, I said I'm going to be calling this stream. That I'm going to watch to see what happens if anything shows up after the credits. I don't know. This is kind of a cool game, and it'll be interesting to see if they did make if they do make another thing like this. I'm just glad that the timer stopped when you're on the eye, because if I had to go through all that just to try to rush through the eye. 14.3 billions later, billion years later, billions later, yeah. So my guess is the eye essentially created the universe, and then once the universe diminishes naturally, it recreates it. Insects? Oh, so that was Scout. Okay. So then, okay, so then, so the whole, okay, so the eye can't reset the universe unless someone observes the eye, is what you're saying, or physically lands on the eye, or something like that. Which would really suck if the Nomi never figured out how to send yourself back in time 22 minutes. Well, yeah, I mean, granted, just use your mind, but I mean, so I'm saying is though, what I'm curious on is yeah, so let's say the Nomi well, so if the Nomi didn't come to the conclusion of that, then theoretically the universe would have just dwindled out of existence and no one would have ever seen the eye, theoretically. True. Because they just got a signal from it. And now the one thing I can't figure out, I mean, I don't know what their technology and scanning abilities and all that were, but how did they know that the eye was older than the universe? How did they get a reading of that? Because all they got was a signal, you know, and so they followed the signal. So, but all right, so that's what we're going to call it for this session. I presume if I load the previous save, it's going to basically load me up right before we went to the eye, because that's generally how the games go. Is they take you right before the point of no return, and then we'll start the DLC on the next session. So thanks for stopping by and watching all that, and we'll catch you next time. Have a good one.